Alright, those of you tuning in, you're looking at a crash on Interstate 10. We did have the lower third on the screen, but I realized it was blocking most of your view of the actual scene of the crash. So I wanted to go and show this to you. It's Interstate 10 eastbound near Elliott Road. That is where this feed is coming from. So if you're traveling east on Interstate 10, you might want to avoid this area. Again, for those of you just tuning in, if you are traveling on the eastbound Interstate 10 past Baseline, expect delays as the right lanes are blocked on Interstate 10 eastbound past Baseline. Again, you want to avoid Interstate 10 east of the 60 in Tempe, especially eastbound, as things are slowing down as a result of this crash. Again, guys, if you're just joining us, we're looking at live images coming in courtesy of our ADOT cam of a crash on Interstate 10 eastbound. For those of you just joining us, you're looking at live images coming in courtesy of ADOT of a crash on Interstate 10 in Tempe. Now, this is the eastbound Interstate 10 near Elliott Road. In fact, all right lanes are blocked after baseline. So if you are heading that way, we encourage you to take an alternate route or maybe wait for the roads to clear before leaving if your journey does not depend on time. So that's our advice. We're going to continue to bring you these images courtesy of ADOT. Thanks for tuning in. Alright guys, looks like there is finally movement on Interstate 10. Before we had seen the roads narrow down to just one lane. Traffic still obviously backed up as a result of this crash in Tempe. We are going to take you live now to London. I believe the polls are closing regarding the Brexit vote. The question is, will the UK stay in the European Union? That is the question, guys. We're doing international news right now, worldwide, on the World Wide Web. Again, guys, you're looking at people at the polling places in the UK. Will Britain stay in the European Union? That is the question. Special shout out to our viewers in the UK that regularly watch. Bina, Joe Foley. Did you guys vote? Tweet us. All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Brexit vote coverage momentarily. We're going to take you to Baltimore, where there's a podium. The family of Freddie Gray will be speaking out after it was revealed today that one of the officers would not be facing any charges in the death of Freddie Gray in Baltimore. We'll take you back here when something's happening. All right, guys, looks like this press conference out of Baltimore starting. Freddie Gray.
So, 2 minutes.
Is it just Murphy speaking or the family speaking as well? Just Murphy. Cool. I got it. Okay.
No, Mark, you must leave right away after I get one fit.
How you doing? Good, how are you?
Good, since Ohio, I think.
Yeah.
Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2. Check check 1 2 1 2. Check check. All right. Thank you. You let them know these trouble signs. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
No, this is it because there's like back all the people. Yeah, Jesus, tell public us for this. Both cameras. Nailed it.
The ship is coming up. Good evening. We share this family's enormous frustration with the pursuit of justice in these cases. Good evening. We share this family's enormous frustration with the pursuit of justice in these cases. And even though the family gives its 100% support to one of the most courageous prosecutors in the United States, Marilyn Mosby, who has led the fight against police brutality and police corruption, they are nonetheless disappointed that the goal of the prosecution has not been achieved. They also understand everybody else's anger and frustration that no police officer has yet been brought to justice in this case. And part of that anger and frustration, they believe and I believe, is because the court system is backward in the sense that it does not permit all of the citizens of Baltimore, and indeed all of the citizens of this nation, to see and hear this trial themselves. We have all the technology in the world to permit that, but this court system of ours, starting with our highest court, has said no to putting cameras in the courtroom. This is a serious mistake in cases of such high level of public concern. Because instead of relying on talking heads who have their own flavor about what they saw and heard in that courtroom, the public has the right to see for itself why this was a not guilty verdict and whether that was the appropriate verdict in this case. If they had had a chance to watch it, to hear all of the testimony as citizens do routinely around the country, there would not be this speculation that one thing or another went wrong in the pursuit of justice. And so at the highest level of their priority, they want this court system to open up these trials of enormous public importance, to the public for the first time in the history of Maryland, so that instead of rumor and speculation and innuendo about what happened, who should have done what, whether the prosecution was weak or strong, whether the defense was stronger than the prosecution, whether the participants in the trial did their job, the public has a right to see that for itself. And the anger in this community is in part based on the public's inability to know. I mean, only 150 people tops can fit in a courtroom in this town, in this courtroom in particular. And so everybody else gets shut out and has to get second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand accounts. And that contributes to the enormous anger in this community and this frustration. So we need to move that to the top of the list of the reforms that we have to make in the criminal justice system, so they don't have to rely on you and your take, or what their neighbors think, or what their friends think. They can draw their own opinions and their own conclusions. So yes, this family is enormously frustrated, not just for themselves, but for this community. And again, they renew their support of Marilyn Mosby because they believe that she is fighting for a just cause, because we still have an unaddressed police brutality problem, not just in this city, where very little has changed, but in this nation. And some of these police officers deserve, and I'm not speaking about the ones in this case, that would be improper, but some police officers deserve to go to jail for police brutality and other kinds of police misconduct. And until we have a fair and open process, and until the public can see for itself what goes into proving a case, what kind of defense was made, who was adequate, who was inadequate in what they did, until they can see that for themselves, we will all potentially be victimized by their anger and frustration. based on he said and she said. Any questions?
So are you
What piece of
suggesting that the
evidence do you think
outcome would have
causes
been
this
different
case to
today,
have a
or
guilty
just that the
verdict? What
reaction
piece
from
of
the
evidence do
community
you
would have been
see
different if there was
that
a
allows,
court
that
order?
you think...
One
that
at a
the
time,
case would be
please.
guilty?
One at a time. I believe you spoke first. Your question is?
Are you suggesting that the outcome in the courtroom would have been different had cameras been in today, or just the reaction from the community would be different?
I'm suggesting what I suggested, and that is that an open court system relieves people of the burden of speculating about what happened, what went wrong, if anything, who did their job well and who didn't do their job well, what evidence was presented, what defenses were presented, what did the judge do and why. We don't have to speculate anymore if we have open courts in this state. We don't have to wonder what went wrong, if anything. We don't have to wonder about whether the verdict was a just verdict. That's all we're saying. Next question.
Speaking of evidence presented in court, whether they could see it or not, what piece of evidence do you think causes this case in your mind that should have had a guilty verdict?
I don't share your assumption that it was one piece of evidence and I wasn't there, and I'm not going to speculate on what happened in that courtroom, just like the family invites everybody else not to speculate about what they didn't hear and what they didn't see. And the solution is open courts.
Are you
Next question.
evidence that there should be a guilty verdict?
Your question.
There was talk from the judge about the difference between civil liability and criminal liability. Obviously, you played a role in securing a civil settlement for the family. Are you happy, now that you've seen the progression of these three cases so far, that that's already taken care of?
Well, the family is enormously relieved that the city understood the difference between civil and criminal liability. And I guess it's an opportunity to explain once again that the burden of proof in a criminal case is enormous. The Supreme Court of the United States said that you have to prove the case to a near certainty. In other words, beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge ruled that that high burden of proof, which is not the same burden in a civil case, was not met here. Now, in a civil case, there are other differences. You can put everybody under oath before trial and find out exactly what they intend to say. But in criminal cases, discovery is limited. And so the prosecution never knows before the trial what the defense is going to be, unless, of course, the criminal defense lawyer is stupid enough to tell them. And so surprises occur in criminal cases that rarely occur in civil cases. And so, yes, our burden of proof would have been much easier than Ms. Mosby's burden of proof would have been.
So, Mr. Murphy, there's 3 more trials coming up. What's the hope going forward for you and your clients?
Well, the family has the same view about the next trials that it has always had, and that is that people should be calm. They should not react with unreasonable anger. There should be no disturbances in the wake of this trial. And they hope for justice, whatever that is. And they know justice doesn't have guilty or not guilty attached to it. It's whatever the evidence is after a fair and full presentation with a fair judge determining the outcome.
So you said several times you and the family still...
Well, let me see if somebody else wants to ask. Anybody else have a question?
Is there a reason that
Yeah.
you didn't actually go to today's verdict? Did you anticipate what was going to happen?
Next question.
Sir, you said you and the family continue to support Ms. Mosby. Does that change if at the end of this we have 6 officers and no convictions?
Not necessarily. This family is a very patient family. They have a bigger stake in this case personally than anybody else in the United States. And it's exemplary that they are, under the circumstances, calm, cool, and collected, even though their emotions are involved. Can you imagine how hard this has been for this family, particularly Freddie's mother? It's been very, very difficult. Can you imagine losing a son under circumstances shrouded basically in secrecy? Can you imagine the frustration that nobody yet has been found culpable or liable for something that somebody did? So this is a very frustrating experience for Mama and for Daddy and for the rest of us. Next question.
Mr. Murphy, if
the last remaining officers are found not guilty, what is your next step? Where do you and the family go from there?
Well, the family's hands are tied in terms of next step, except for political activity. And among the political activities that are on the family's agenda are to tighten up the civil liability for police officers so that the city can get insurance so people can adequately be compensated, to make sure that the video camera installations are flawless and that there is an appropriate sanction for inappropriately turning off the video or not turning it on. Things like this are very important. They also want to make sure that these courtrooms, in important cases especially, are open to the public because the technology is there and it can no longer be tolerated. That the public cannot just tune in to their television and watch as much of this as they want and see for themselves and develop their own opinions without the help of talking heads who have their own flavors when they observe. Next question. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Yes, one more question.
The judge's decision in this case?
Yes, I have.
Can you comment on how he decided this case?
No. I have enormous confidence in Judge Williams. I don't always agree with him. I am sure that the prosecution did not agree with him. And that's the way our system works. So, no, I don't want to make any comment on Judge Williams' decision.
Do you think there are other aspects of the way this case has been handled, the gag order, for instance, other methods by which the court has constricted information that should also come down?
Well, the British do it better than the Americans do, and that is they forbid any pretrial comment by anybody, including the press. Now, we have a free press and a different constitution, so that's impossible in America. But this case has been rife with people trying to put their thumbs on the scale of justice. For example, the city police union has been shamelessly advocating in this case and creating negative public opinion. They're not alone. People on the other side have been doing some of the same things, and it's got to stop. But it's very difficult to stop people from expressing any opinion in America, and I'm in favor of that.
Mr. Murphy, is there a chance that Freddie's mother could say so?
No, not today.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to take you next to the press conference held earlier by the Baltimore Police Department. Take a look.
Making it extremely difficult for our members to continue to do their job that our citizens demand of them. She has done a disservice to our members, the city of Baltimore, and its citizens. There has been enough suffering. It is time to put this sad chapter behind us and to move forward in a positive manner. We must all come together to make Baltimore a safe place to live and work. With that, I'll take a few questions.
Lieutenant, you said last year, and it sounds like you're continuing to say, that your officers are having a hard time doing their job because of their charges. Doesn't this verdict kind of alleviate that a little bit? That
yes, it does help, but we still need the full support of the state's attorney's office and the elected officials
to accomplish what's unimaginable.
So I'm not saying moving forward we're not going to get that, but we still need their support for our officers to be able to do their job, do it 100% and do it properly.
The mayor said this morning, or yesterday, that she wasn't concerned about the Department of Justice investigation report that would be coming on the heels of this verdict sometime. Do you have any concerns, does the FOP have any concerns about what that investigation finds as it?
No, absolutely not. We've been in contact with DOJ. I've had several meetings myself and had arrangements for our members to talk with DOJ so they can get the complete and full story. We are not afraid of a DOJ investigation. Absolutely not.
Lieutenant, can you talk about, you said it's sort of hindering officers and what they're doing on the job. What do you mean by that?
Well, There's been some comments, and I'll elaborate on that at a future date, because I got to be careful, because I'm not an attorney and I don't want to talk about the intricacies of the case. But when you have an assistant state's attorney that makes comments along the lines of you're going to be criminally charged if it's found that you don't have probable cause to put handcuffs on somebody, and the state's attorney has the full authority to drop charges against any suspects we offer. So there is, we need some clarification with the state's attorney's office moving forward, so our officers know which direction they need to take.
Mr. Ryan, how much have relationships between police and prosecutors been strained over this case?
I tell you what, we still have a good working relationship with the state's attorney's office for the most part. I don't think there's been that much of a strain. I mean, obviously, the 6 officers charged, obviously, we believe that they were wrongfully charged. But that's at the top level. So as far as the rest of the state's attorney's office, to my knowledge, we still get along with them just like we always have.
Did you get a chance to speak to Officer Goodson after the trial?
Yes, briefly, but that was personal.
Does he seem to be holding up well, or is he?
Well, as you can imagine, it was hard for him. It was tough. He went through a lot. Can you imagine? I didn't sleep for the last 2 days. Can you imagine how he felt? And he was the one that was being accused. He was on trial.
By saying taxpayer money's on the line, do you think that the city will be held liable civilly for what has happened already?
As far as what? I don't quite understand your question.
Officers to be acquitted in the lawsuits.
Well, no. What I mean by the enormous, the money is that the fact that it costs money for the expert witnesses, the state's attorneys. I mean, at any given day, when I was there for most of the trial. There was 5 attorneys there, and they all get paid. I mean, I can't tell you what the actual total is, but I mean, you put the numbers together with the, you got 3 trials so far. We still got 4 more to go. That's why we're urging the state's attorney to do the right thing and drop the charges on the remaining officers.
Do you have any idea what Officer Goodson's ideas are as regards rejoining the force, or?
No, he's still an employee. He doesn't have to rejoin. So his personal, what he's going to do moving forward, no, I don't know that. But he is still an employee of the Baltimore Police Department. He was never terminated.
What do you say to members of the community who still feel that there are some Baltimore police officers still responsible, and I know what the verdict is, but some feel that the police department is responsible for Freddie Gray's death, and they trust officers even less? What do you tell them? How do you rebuild that trust?
Well, we have to rebuild the trust. We have to work together. I've said from the beginning, to move the city forward, we got to work together with the citizens, the police department administration, and the elected officials. We do have to work hard to regain the trust, but that's going to be an issue for the somebody above my pay grade, the commissioner and his staff, to get the community back together again, which they are working on it. They have things in place, but that question's better be answered by the commissioner.
Well, how is that above your pay grade? Because I remember you and I in this room around a year ago, you were basically blasting the police commissioner at that time.
Commissioner Batts? Well, that was different, though. This commissioner's totally different. I felt back then, you're talking about doing the riots or unrest?
No, I'm talking about when you released the after-action review. You were,
yes,
the
sir.
FOP overall, from when the riots happened until that point, has been engaged in rhetoric that was roundly criticized from the very elected officials you want to work with.
Right. Well, that was because of the riots. There was a lot of things in the after-action explained, and obviously I don't have it in front of me. There was a lot of things that weren't done that should have been done. And the after-action was an in-depth report from eyewitnesses. It was done very professionally, and they made recommendations on how to fix the problem. It wasn't just a complaining session. It's what our officers on the street felt and thought, and how do we make improvements. As far as Commissioner Batts, I didn't think he handled it properly.
No, that's clear, but what about the rhetoric that people felt that was divisive between police and the community, police and the elected officials?
Well, some of the elected officials didn't back the police department. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have a tough job to do.
And even the ones that back the police department, either way, this FOP was a little bit critical of those involved during that time.
Yes.
And people saw it as divisive.
Because for us to do our job, the elected officials have to have the courage to allow the police officers, men and women, to do their job. You know, there's a lot going on right now, and I'm not going to elaborate on all of it because this is about Officer Goodson. I don't want to get sidetracked and go back in time. We can always do that at a different date.
Okay.
So,
Thank
okay,
you,
we
ladies
done?
and gentlemen. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Sorry about that.
I'm sure he does. I've been told by the boss I need to go. I just come back, I think to survive. He's
Sorry, mate.
Move out the way. Move out the way.
guys, out the way.
Guys, move out the way.
Nigel!
Piss off.
Nigel, here we go. Right, good.
Hold on. One second.
Nigel, just wait 1 minute.
1 second.
Wait.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Hang on. Right, you ready, guys?
No,
Not yet.
give us 30 seconds.
Not yet.
If you want to get
Not yet.
live with you. Right, come to us now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I want to say a massive thanks to every single voter today who had the guts to defy their party political leaders, to defy the establishment, to defy the elites, and to defy the big boys. I can't imagine there's ever been a campaign in which ordinary folk have been subjected to so many threats. I have to say that it's been a long campaign. In my case, 25 years. And whatever happens tonight, whoever wins this battle, one thing I'm completely certain of is we are winning this war. Euroscepticism was considered to be fringy, fruitcakey, to quote the Prime Minister. Pretty odd. And now it looks like tonight, maybe just under half, maybe just over half the country is going to vote for us to leave the European Union. I promise you this. If the result is that we vote to leave, we must make sure the government carries out the will of the people. If the vote is we haven't quite made it, then we've got a lot to look forward to as continued EU members. Tomorrow, Mrs. Mogherini, the Foreign Affairs Minister, will launch their big new global initiative, including defence. Next week, talks begin for Turkey to join the European Union, and in July or August, we look forward to the third Greek bailout. And what has dominated this campaign has been an issue that Westminster finds very difficult to talk about. An issue for which I have been demonised for much of the last 10 years, but an issue, and I shall never remember going to Bolton and a lady grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes and saying, why doesn't the Prime Minister come and see what he's done to our lives, how he's changed our community, what he's done to the prospects of our kids getting jobs or school places or houses. And that issue, if we do vote to remain, is one that is not going to go away. The Eurosceptic genie is out of the bottle, and it will now not be put back. But perhaps even more remarkably, the biggest change from this referendum is not what's happened in the United Kingdom, it's what's happened across the rest of the European Union. We now see in Denmark, in the Netherlands, and even in Italy, up to and around 50% of those populations want to leave the European Union. I hope and pray that my sense of this tonight is wrong. And my sense of this, I know I'm not conceding, but my sense of this is that the government's registration scheme, getting 2 million voters on, the 48-hour extension, may be what tips the balance. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm made a fool of, believing that to be the case. But either way, whether I'm right or wrong, if we do stay part of this union, it is doomed. It is finished anyway. If we fail tonight, it will not be us that knocks out the first brick from the wall, but somebody else. We have fought an amazing campaign. Even a year ago, we were told the Remain campaign would be 20, 25, maybe even 30 points behind the establishment position. We're not. We're running them close. They've been scared. They've behaved pretty appallingly. But tonight, whatever the result, is not one for recriminations, but for a celebration that the landscape of British politics in the course of the last few weeks has changed, and it's changed forever. Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back. We will get our independence back. And we will get our borders back. Thank you.
All right, and again, we've got around 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, until this Bernie Sanders Town Hall event is to begin. Thanks so much for your patience. Right in about 5 minutes, we are expecting Bernie Sanders to take the stage at this town hall. And I'm going to briefly show you some visuals that we have from a local accident. I'm going to take you there now. Take a look. This is at Joe Max and Scottsdale Road. Scottsdale and Phoenix Fire Departments are currently working a 2-vehicle accident on Scottsdale Road north of Joe Max. 5 patients transported to area hospitals. Just kind of get a glimpse at that, and I'm going to take you back to Bernie Sanders once I see some activity over there. right, this again is an accident on Joe Max in North Scottsdale. 5 people taken to area hospitals, and the Phoenix and Scottsdale Fire Department working to, let's see, what are the actual, what's the actual verbiage here? Scottsdale and Phoenix Fire Departments working a 2-vehicle accident on Scottsdale Road north of Joe Max. Patients transported to area hospital. All right, I'm going to take you back to New York, where Bernie Sanders is expected to speak in 1 minute. Just taking you back as we focus on one of the cars via Skyfox involved in the accident on Scottsdale and Joe Max. There's the other car. Earlier we were just kind of looking at pieces, so it was hard to get an understanding of how horrific this accident is. This gives you a better idea. 5 people sent to a hospital. It says Scottsdale police are currently investigating a 2-vehicle head-on collision on Scottsdale Road between Happy Valley and Joe Max. 4 subjects from 1 vehicle have been transported to area hospitals with non-life-threatening injuries. The lone occupant of the 2nd vehicle has been transported with serious injuries. The exact cause of the collision is under investigation, and that is what you are currently looking at right here. Those cars, you can see that impact is pretty nasty. We'll stay on this for a few, and then I'll take you back to Bernie Sanders.
classy rags.
New York! We love you, New York. We love you. When I say feel, you say burn. Feel, 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 feel. Oh my God, it is so great to be here. Be back, be back. Love you too, darling. You know, it's so great to be back in New York, to be at this town hall with Senator Bernie Sanders. Your commitment to this movement, his commitment to this movement. You know, Senator Sanders started a spark. Can I get an amen? And whatever sleeping giants there were, we are all awake. Amen. Everything that the senator has done has been so awe-inspiring, but the most important thing about this movement is you and you and you and you and you. So it is our responsibility to continue the mission of this movement beyond this election cycle. And everything that we collectively do today will impact tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next generation. You know, the senator has made it abundantly clear from the beginning that his run was not about him, but it was about us. I want to walk you down memory lane. In 1910, President Teddy Roosevelt gave a speech that was titled Citizen in a Republic. And in that speech, he referred to the man in the arena. And I just want to read a portion of that. He said, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who he actually strives to be the doer of the deeds." I am here tonight, New York, to tell you that we got our very own doer of the deeds. Senator Bernie Sanders is a doer of the deeds. And as he has said, elections come and they go, but political and social revolutions that attempt to transform this society never ends. When you are fighting for justice, it never ends. And so we need more doers of the deed. When you are fighting for people's livelihood, like Senator Sanders saying that everybody in this country deserves a minimum wage of $15 an hour, he's a doer of the deed. When you say that we need universal health care in this country as a right, and women's rights and voting rights and children's rights, environmental rights, sending love to our gay, lesbian, transgender sisters and brothers, we are doers of the deed. When you stand up against Citizens United and a corrupt political system, you are a doer of the deed. Senator Sanders had the courage to get into the arena, and this country, our political discourse will never, ever, 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 ever be the same again. So the senator is here tonight to talk to you about how we move forward, how each and every one of you can be a doer of the deed, that if all of us put a little extra on our ordinary, we can all do extraordinary things. Because revolution is not about making a current system work. Revolution is about getting in there and changing the current system. We need more doers of the deed. Are there any doers of the deed in the house tonight? Stand up, doers of the deed. Now I want you to give a New York welcome to our man in the arena, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you all. Let me thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Let me thank all of you for coming out tonight. And let me, we have had hundreds of thousands of volunteers in this campaign, and I know that many of them are here tonight. Thank you all very much for your help. And let me thank Senator Nina Turner. Nina believes in what she calls heart, soul politics. And she has been with me all over this country. She has been doing a fantastic job. And the only thing that I don't like about Nina is following her. That's always a hard thing to do. But I love Nina, and we're going to continue working together. Now, the main point that I'm going to make tonight, and I'm going to make it over and over again, and Nina just made it, is this political revolution is not about Bernie Sanders, it's not about Nina Turner, it is about you and millions of other people. And what the political revolution means is that you are the revolutionaries. And what this campaign has shown, not just in winning 13 million votes, but in taking on the establishment all over this country, what it has shown is that millions of people are prepared to stand up, fight back,
and create the nation we know we can become. All of you know, who have studied history, that election days come and go, but what is much more important is that political and social revolutions continue. And that our goal from day one has been to transform this nation, and that is the fight we are going to continue. And if you think about American history, think about 100 years ago, right here in New York City, Triangle Fire killed hundreds of workers. But workers stood up and they fought back all over this country. Workers told their employers that it is not acceptable to be employing children in factories who are losing their fingers and their hands around machinery they should not be around. Workers said that we are going to have decent working conditions. We are going to form unions. And the struggle for a strong trade union movement, which all of us must be part of, continues today, because we know without a strong trade union movement, there will not be a strong middle class in this country. And I want you all to be thinking about how many workers stood up, went to jail, some died in the fight to create the kind of trade union movement that helped create the American middle class. Think about the civil rights movement. Think about the fact, think about the number of people whose names we will never know. People who were killed, people who were beaten, people who were jailed, standing up for human dignity and civil rights. They fought, and they fought. So if anyone tells you, hey, I was out on a demonstration, I'm all burned out. We didn't change the world overnight. I'm giving up. Think about those people who struggled decade after decade, gave their lives, and sometimes died in that struggle. Think about the women's movement. Think about the fact, and this is what revolution is about. 100 years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get the education or the jobs they wanted in America all of 100 years ago. But women did not accept that. They did not allow the establishment to define their lives. They determined to define their own lives. They stood up and they fought back. Okay? That was 100 years ago. Think about movements that are taking place right now. Think about the gay movement in America. Think about Stonewall. Think about the revolutionary changes that have taken place because the gay community and their straight allies said that in America, people should have, must have, the right to love whoever they wanted, regardless of gender. And I want you all to remember, and I was there, I'm a little bit older than many of you, and I was there, and I heard the hostility, and I heard the ugliness, and I heard the hatred, but people stood up proudly and with dignity, and they continued the fight for gay rights. And today you go out, and this is what a revolution is about. You go out and you talk to young people in this country, and you say something like, do you believe in gay marriage? And they say, duh. What?
Seems like we're having some audio trouble out of New York. One moment, please. All right, check out this dust storm in the meantime. I'm not getting audio from Bernie Sanders, but locally we've got an insane dust storm. This is located south on the I-10 towards Chandler Boulevard. South on the I-10 towards Chandler Boulevard. Let me see, am I getting audio from... Why am I not getting audio from Bernie? Let's see here. Let me see if it will work now. Let's try this. Perhaps this will work for us.
Regardless of gender. And I want you all to remember, and I was there, a little bit older than many of you, and I was there, and I heard the hostility, and I heard the ugliness, and I heard the hatred, but people stood up proudly and with dignity, and they continued the fight for gay rights. And today you go out, and this is what a revolution is about. You go out and you talk to young people in this country, and you say something like, do you believe in gay marriage? And they say, duh. What are you talking about? What's the problem? That's when you have a revolution. Think about the fight for 15. All right? And this is still going on. It's right in front of us. If we were here 5 years ago, no time at all, and somebody jumped up, and I want you to think about this, and said, you know, Bernie, the $7.25 federal minimum wage is a starvation wage. We've got to raise it to, say, $15 an hour. Person next to her would have said, you're nuts. You're asking too much. You want more than double the minimum wage, which is a pretty damn big demand. But what happened was that people working in the fast food industry, in McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's, you know what? They stood up, they went out on strike, they demonstrated, and I was very proud in D.C. to have been out there demonstrating with them. And what they told the American people from their hearts, and I listened to them, is we can't make it on $8 or $9 an hour. Do the arithmetic. Try to feed a family at $9, $10 an hour. You can't do it. We need $15 an hour. And then as that idea percolated throughout this country and in Seattle, some very brave city councils out there, they said, you know what? We're going to pass $15 an hour. And then the folks in San Francisco and Los Angeles, $15. And in California and New York State, $15. So here is the point. What the system is designed to do, what corporate media is designed to do, is to tell you that we cannot achieve real change. That the only thing that you can accept is incremental, tiny little changes. And what our campaign has been about and is about is saying, sorry, we're thinking big, we want real change. We are accomplishing. A year ago, the ideas that we brought forth, people said, the critics said, our opponents said, well, these are radical ideas. Nobody in America supports these ideas. Well, turns out a majority of the people in this country support these ideas. Real change is not easy, and real change never takes place from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. And that is what our political revolution is all about. It is not, and I'm a senator, so I have a huge ego. That's my definition when you're a senator. Huge, right? Ego, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm going to be in Syracuse, New York, campaigning for a guy who is running for the United States Congress. I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure he wins. We're going to go back to California and campaign for a woman running for the state Senate in California, and I think she's going to win. We're going to go all over this country, because that is what the political revolution is about. It's not about me. It is about people at the grassroots level. It is about people running for school board, for city council, for mayor, for state legislature, for Congress, for the Senate. But it is millions of people getting involved in the political process in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country. Last Thursday, I don't know if some of you saw it, I did an internet streaming speech. And here's what the point that I want to make. We did the speech and I said to people, look, we have got to build a grassroots movement. We need you and you and you to get involved at the local level. Do you know how many people have signed up? We've got a lot of work to do. 20,000 people in every state of this country. Prepared to run for office or help other this, and I hope many of you are involved in the same way. And the reason I think that there is so much interest in running is people are catching on that the ideas that they have and have had for many years are in fact mainstream ideas, that millions of other people support those ideas. And the other thing that we learned is, you know what? You can beat the establishment. They are not quite as powerful as some make them out to be. We won, and hear this, in every state, certainly here in New York State, we had to take on the entire, virtually the entire Democratic establishment. And there's something else that I am enormously optimistic about, and that is that in this campaign, not widely reported, but in this campaign, in every single state, we won, often by big numbers, the votes of young people, the future of America. Just talking about the 20-year-olds and the 25-year-olds. I'm talking about people 45 years of age and younger. Now think about what that means for the future of our country. What it means is that our vision, a vision of economic, social, racial, environmental justice is the vision of the people good job. Who will create the future.
You did it. Thanks.
It is and has to be about us, not me. But the point that I'm making when we talk about us, I want you to know that there are people out there trying to make it on $10,000 a year who felt so strongly about what we together are trying to accomplish. They made a $10 contribution, which to me is a lot more than means a lot more than some millionaire giving us $2,000. But I want you to know that those people are out there. They believe in what we are doing. All right. What this campaign is about is having the courage that every one of us has to understand that we're not going to allow corporate media to define the issues for us. We together are going to define the issues. And it means that we have to understand that corporate media will never allow us to talk about reality in America. We have to figure out, and we did this as well, through social media, beginning to talk about reality. And what this campaign, the issues that we raise, which are already becoming mainstream issues, is talking about a campaign finance system which is corrupt, and that's the only word. And what corrupt means is right now, literally right now, the Koch brothers are spending over $40 million on campaigns, Senate campaigns, in order to try to keep the Republicans, right-wing Republicans, in charge of the Senate. Our job, and this is a big job, it doesn't happen tomorrow. It's not just overturning Citizens United. Of course we have to do that. It is not just ending Republican governors' voter suppression efforts. And of course we have to do that. What it is about, and this is not easy stuff, and we have got to do it together, is revitalizing American democracy. And that takes so many forms. I mean, one of the forms it takes is that right here in New York State, 3 million New Yorkers were denied the right to vote in the Democratic and Republican primaries. I mean, it doesn't take a politically sophisticated person to figure out that that whole effort on the part of the Democratic and Republican leadership in this state is about making it harder for people to get involved in the political process. And in a few weeks, right now, we have a great committee. We have 5 people on the platform committee for the Democratic Convention. We have great people, great people. We're going to have great people on the Rules Committee. And one of the issues we're going to be fighting for on the Rules Committee is to end closed primaries. It is also a fight to end the absurd situation where superdelegates can ignore the will of their constituents. We, in some states, won 70, 80% of the vote, and you got superdelegates who are not respecting the democratic will of their people. We are going to change that. And in fact, while we're at it, we may as well transform the entire Democratic Party. And that means, what that means is forcing open the door for ordinary people, for working people and young people, rather than allowing wealthy campaign contributors to be running that party. What this campaign will always be about is ending the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in this country. I have repeated these numbers 1,000,000 times, but every time I say it and I look at it and I think about it, it disgusts me. It disgusts me that we have a situation today where the top 1/10 of 1% owns as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Where 20 individuals own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. Where in America today, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, the bottom 40% of our people own nothing, and many of them are in debt, below water. Our job is to create an economy that works for all of us, not just Wall Street and the top 1%. Some people think that it is idealistic, that it is utopian to talk about creating a moral economy in which the function of the economy is to provide well for the children and the elderly and working families and the middle class. I don't think that that is idealism. I think that is the practicality of what we have got to do, and do it now, and we can do it. What we must never allow ourselves to succumb to is walking the streets of New York City, and I was in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago. It's unbelievable. People sleeping all over the streets. Honest to God, I walked past the guy. I didn't even know if he was, it's not funny. It was tragic. He was lying down there. I didn't know if he was alive or dead. In the United States of America. We cannot allow ourselves to become used to the fact that we got hundreds of thousands of children in this country who are homeless. That is our greatest danger, becoming used to it and thinking that it is normal. It is not normal. It is an outrage. And never, ever lose your sense of outrage. I visited, when I was in South Dakota, very beautiful state, I visited the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Anyone know anything about Pine Ridge? The life expectancy of people in the Pine Ridge Native American Reservation today is lower than many third world countries. Drug addiction, alcoholism, unemployment, poverty, those numbers are literally off the charts. Unbelievable. And yet it continues year after year. I was in McDowell County, West Virginia. Anyone know McDowell County? Very small area in the southern part of West Virginia. West Virginia is a poor state. In McDowell County, the life expectancy is 18 years less than it is in Fairfax County, Virginia, 6 hours away. 18 years less. There are now millions of Americans in McDowell County and many other parts of this country whose life expectancy is lower today than was the life expectancy of their parents. What this is about is the despair that so many people are seeing in many parts of this country through high unemployment, through low wages, through a horrific standard of living. People are giving up. They are turning to drugs and opiates. They are turning to alcohol, and they are committing suicide. This is going on in America today. This is ahistorical. In other words, what has happened all over the world, virtually all over the world, certainly in wealthier countries, is we live longer for a variety of reasons than our parents did. We expect our kids to live longer than we do. In many parts of this country, because of the despair, that is not happening. Low wages, high unemployment, people are giving up on life. We cannot ignore those issues. We are going to address those issues. We are going to give hope back to people who have lost hope. You know, I think most Americans would agree that when we talk about what constitutes a great nation, it is not the number of billionaires that you have. It is not the number of nuclear weapons that you have. It is how you treat the most vulnerable people in the country. And year after year after year, the numbers cry out at us. This country today has the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. These children are the future of this country, and they are growing up in extremely bad conditions. Housing is inadequate. Nutrition is inadequate. Childcare is inadequate. That is not acceptable. If you're a patriotic person who loves this country, you got to love the children of this country. There are schools. Think about this, and I went all over the country and I learned a lot in that process. There are schools in America where more of the kids in those schools end up in jail than they do graduating college. Maybe it's time for us to invest in jobs and education for our young people, not jails and incarceration. This is an American tragedy. We have 2.2 million people in jail, disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American people are rotting in jails, and their children and spouses back home are hurting as well. We need major reform of a broken criminal justice system. I was in, just a few weeks ago, in the Delano, Fresno area of California. And that is where they grow a lot of the food that we eat. In fact, I had the honor of visiting the house where Cesar Chavez fasted many decades ago. Cesar Chavez went on a fast to protest working conditions and the pesticides that farm workers were exposed to. Well, this is what I learned. In many respects, things are a bit better. But the exploitation of undocumented workers remains horrific today. You got thousands and thousands of workers there, and many more all over this country, who are being exploited every single day. They're being cheated of their wages. They're facing awful working conditions, and they cannot stand up and fight back because they are undocumented and have no legal rights, which is why we need comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. And what I also learned, I didn't know this. You know, you go around the country and you see things and you learn things. I didn't know this. I was in Flint, Michigan, and I won't even tell you what I saw in Flint because that was so upsetting. But I was in, again, this area, Delano area of California, and I didn't know that this was going on. Thousands of homes there, when people turn on the faucet, they cannot drink the water because it is toxic water. They are bathing in bottled water. And by the way, they still have to pay their water bills. So this whole issue, I didn't know, thousands and thousands of homes, they cannot drink the water that comes out of the tap. Which is why, by the way, yesterday we should have banned fracking, and we damn well should do it tomorrow. And I want you to know, I want you to know that in California, your brothers and your sisters there, I went to these Latino communities, they are standing tall, beautiful young people who are in the fight for justice. And we have got to stand with them. We've got to end the deportations. And what thinking outside of the box is about is, again, it's not accepting homelessness. It's not accepting 21% of our children living in poverty. It is also not accepting the reality that today we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a right. This is not an issue. I think that any person on the other side can really debate because there's not much to be said. We have, despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act, 28 million people who still have no health insurance. Even more, including many in this room tonight, are underinsured with high deductibles and copayments. We lose, again, you don't hear much about this. This doesn't make CNN. It's not a big breaking news story. I touched a nerve there, I could see that, all right. But point is, tens of thousands of people die unnecessarily every year because they don't go to a doctor or a nurse when they should. In other words, I've talked to doctors all over this country, all over my own state, and they tell me people walk in the door and they're really, really sick. And the doctor says, why didn't you come here a year ago when you first saw your symptom? And the person will say, well, I didn't have any health insurance, I had a high deductible, I simply could not afford to come in here. Some of those people end up in the hospital if they are lucky. Others find themselves in a terminal situation and they die. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Now, you don't hear much about that on TV because all you see is pharmaceutical industry advertising day after day after day. And yet there are people, I want you to think about this from a moral perspective. There is medicine out there that can save people's lives. They cannot afford that medicine. They die or they become much sicker. What kind of morality is that? And then last year, the five major drug companies made $50 billion in profit. We must never, ever, ever lose the vision that health care is a right of all people. And please, I don't want to hear from the insurance companies and everybody else that we can't do it. If every country in Europe, if Canada could do it, the United States of America could do it as well. And by the way, just so you know, when you pass a Medicare for All single-payer program, we can save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. You know what else we do? This is just thinking outside of the box. Think what America looks like when literally millions of people do not have to stay at jobs they hate, and the only reason they stay there is they have decent health insurance. Think of the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that could be unleashed. Think about small businesses not having to spend half their life worrying about health insurance and can pay attention to what their business is supposed to be about. And I was very proud. There's a million polls that go out there. I was very proud to see, that now a majority of Democrats, in fact, support a Medicare for All single-payer system. And here is an issue that together we have brought to the fore, and it ain't never going to go away, and that is the understanding that in the year 2016, we have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. I have no doubt, I have zero doubt that this is a fight we are going to win. The only question is whether we win it in the very near future or a few years from now. But all over this country, I am seeing young people saying, wait a minute, this is insane. I am going to college, I'm doing my best, and I'm coming out of school $50,000 or $100,000 in debt. That is nonsense. It is unacceptable. Think about an America. This is not a radical idea. This is common sense. This is good for our economy in America, where people of all ages are able to go to school and get the education they need, the training they need. It makes us a much stronger country. And I think it makes a lot more sense to invest in education for all of our people than give tax breaks to billionaires. And what started a year ago as a radical idea, nobody thinks it's radical anymore. You know, I could give you 1,000 examples of this, but one comes to my mind. In Nevada, we had a young woman, I would say late 20s, who was working on our campaign. And she came up to me one day and she said, with tears in her eyes, she said, Bernie, before I worked on your campaign, I was making $10.45 an hour. And I'm afraid that's what I'm going to have to go back to. I have a daughter. And tears streaming down her eyes, she said, I don't know how we're going to make it on $10.45 an hour. Try bringing up a kid on $10.45 being a single parent. You can't do it. The arithmetic is not there. And that is the case for people all over this country. They're working incredibly long hours. Again, not something that the media will talk about. All of you know that 100 years ago, workers demonstrated and fought for a 40-hour work week. That was 100 years ago. We still have not reached a 40-hour work week. People are working, they're exhausted. I see the exhaustion on people's faces who are working 2 or 3 jobs. Couples who can't have kids, don't want to have kids because they can't be the parents that they want to be because they're both working so hard. And that is why we have got to make as a doctrine of what this country is about. If you work 40 hours a week, you are not going to live in poverty. We are going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And this is a movement which is gaining strength all over this country. We have got to see it happen in every state in America. And here's another lie that we have got to deal with. Every month, front pages of the newspaper say unemployment, more or less, 5%. Anybody believe that real unemployment is 5%? Here's the truth. The truth is that that is what we call official unemployment. Official unemployment does not include those people who have given up looking for work in high unemployment areas, and those people by the millions who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. Add all that together, there's another government figure which doesn't get a lot of attention. Real unemployment is close to 10%. And there are communities, often in inner cities, where unemployment is a hell of a lot higher than that. And that means to me that we need a federal jobs program and the smartest thing to do is to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, our water systems, our wastewater plants, our rail system, our mass transportation system, our roads and our bridges. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs. And you know what else we need to do when we talk about infrastructure is build affordable housing in this country. There are millions of people in America, millions of people who are paying 40, 50, 60% of their limited incomes on housing. If you spend 50% of your income on housing, you don't have money to do anything else with. Do not accept that people should be spending half of their income simply to put a roof over their head. Let's build millions of units of affordable housing and put our people to work doing that. Now, a corrupt campaign finance system breeds corrupt public policy. So right now, you have profitable corporations making billions of dollars a year in profit that in a given year put their money in the Cayman Islands and in other tax havens, and in a given year do not pay a nickel in federal taxes. Children sleep out on the street and are undernourished, and corporations do not pay a nickel in federal taxes. That together we are going to change. This campaign is about building a broad-based, grassroots campaign organization. This campaign is about bringing millions of people into the political process. This campaign is about empowering people to understand that democracy is not a spectator sport. And that when we stand together, we can transform this country. Right now, let me tell you, bring you up to date as to what we are trying to do. As we speak, literally, there are meetings of the Democratic Platform Committee. We have 5 great people on it. The platform that will come out of the Democratic Convention will be by far the most progressive platform in the history of the Democratic Party. But a platform is 50 or 60 pages of paper. That platform doesn't mean anything unless we make certain that those ideas are incorporated into public policy. And let me just tell you just a few. It's a 60-page document. We're still working on it. They're going to be in St. Louis this weekend. Then we're going to Orlando, where it's going to be a larger body of people. We're going to be offering all kinds of amendments. But for a start, we're going to take a hard look at our disastrous trade policies, make it clear that TPP is dead, not coming to the floor of the Congress. And when and appropriately enough in Orlando, we're going to fight to make certain that we ban the sale and distribution of assault weapons. That we end the gun show loophole and expand instant background checks. It is really, you know, if you were talking to somebody from another world and you had to explain the Republicans' view on guns, and you say, well, we have lists in this country that keep people from getting on planes because we think they might be about blowing up the plane, but no problem, they can walk into a gun store and buy an assault weapon which can mow down people. People would think you were crazy if you tried to explain that, all right? So we are going to take on the NRA, and we're going to do everything we can. Now here is an example. Here is an example of an area where we have already begun to make real progress. 2 or 3 years ago, some of you may remember, you couldn't open up the front page of the paper without hearing about Bowles, Simpson, and all of these guys who thought it was absolutely appropriate to cut Social Security benefits. And it was not just Republicans. There were Democrats as well. We got to cut. So what if people are trying to live on $11,000 a year? We're going to have to cut their benefits, extend the retirement age, etc. Well, you know what's happened? Since some of us have been raising this issue now, just coincidentally, a majority of Democrats think we should expand Social Security benefits. And when we talk about transforming America, everybody here understands that you don't bring about the changes that we need without taking on, in a very visceral way, the most powerful special interest in our country, and that means Wall Street. Our goal has got to be, it seems to me, twofold. And this may well be an issue, we're going to bring to the floor of the Democratic Convention. Let people vote on this one. And that is, number one, the establishment of a modern-day Glass-Steagall legislation. And number two, you know, it is not just the greed and the recklessness and illegal behavior on Wall Street. We could talk about that forever. It is simply the power and the concentration of wealth that they have. You have a half a dozen banks that have assets that are equivalent to well over 50% of the GDP in this country. They write 2/3 of the credit cards and 1/3 of the mortgages in America. They have just unbelievable power. And they make money hand over fist. And there is, I don't think, much debate that their business model is fraud. How long do we have to tolerate that kind of greed, which has done so much harm to this country? And that is why, in my view, and I think in the view of a lot of Americans, we got to break them up. Right? Think again outside of the box and think about a financial system where your credit card, if you're late in payment, you're not paying 15 or 20% interest rates. Think about a financial system which is there to actually lend money at affordable rates to small and medium-sized businesses. Think about a financial system which is not an island unto itself, designed only to make outrageous levels of profit. Now, one of the really, and you know, we live in a pretty crazy world. And I work in a pretty weird institution called the Congress. And this is what, you know, on top of a lot of other crazy things, we have people who come to the floor of the U.S. Senate. As a matter of fact, we even have a presidential candidate named Donald Trump suggesting, all right, we'll get to Trump in a minute, but here's this, listen to this. In just a few days ago, I don't know if it's still going on, California, Arizona, they have temperatures of 110, 120 degrees. You got forest fires. You got year after year, the temperature that the planet is experiencing is year after year the highest on record. We're looking at droughts. We're looking at forest fires, rising sea levels, acidification of the ocean. And you got people going forward and saying, oh, no, there is no problem with climate. It's a hoax. Let me tell you something. This is may I use the word, huge. This is an issue that we have got to deal with and deal with yesterday, because we are looking at a situation where when you look at weather, you look at it over thousands of years, climate over thousands of years. We are seeing changes right now in front of our own eyes. I live on Lake Champlain. That lake used to freeze every winter. It doesn't freeze anymore. You are seeing an explosion of forest fires because trees are dying and the fires are spreading very, very rapidly. We have got to deal with this issue in a very aggressive way. That means a tax on carbon. And it means, and I want you again to think about what America looks like. We can create millions of jobs transforming our energy system. I have been in homes in Vermont where we brought in some money where they are cutting their fuel bills in half, cutting their carbon emissions in half because we have weatherized those older buildings. We can do this all over this country. We can, some really good news. I mean, despite how slowly we're moving out in Wyoming, right now they're in the process of building the largest wind farm in the world. We can have solar panels on tens of millions of rooftops in this country. And that is exactly what we've got to do. We've got to lead the world. This is not clearly just an American issue. It's an international issue. But I worry very much. I've got 7 beautiful grandchildren, and I will be damned if I'm going to leave them a world which is not habitable. When we look at what is going on in this world, it's not just climate change. What we have got to do is take a hard look at a lot of the waste that is in government, and there is a lot of waste, including the Department of Defense. And if we have not yet learned the dangers of arbitrary regime change, if we have not yet learned that, then shame on us. It is not good enough to be talking about overthrowing bad dictators. You got to be thinking about what happens the day after and the destabilization of the region. I am the former chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and in that capacity, I've had the opportunity not only to talk to many great veterans, I've talked to the Gold Star mothers and the wives of the parents of young people who never came home for war. I learned about the cost of war. And the cost of war is that today there are 500,000 people in this country who served in Iraq and Afghanistan who are dealing with the very serious problems of PTSD and traumatic brain injury. That's the cost of war on top of the 6,700 people and the hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and Syrians who have died as well. Let us never forget. Let us never forget that war must be the last response, not the first response. Right now, what we have got to do is to make sure that our campaign is not just about defeating Donald Trump. Of course, we have got to defeat him, and I intend to do everything that I can if I have to run all over this country to do it. And that means we understand that Trump is so, I mean, it's hard almost to imagine a man who has such limited capabilities becoming president. And that means it's not just that this guy wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks. It's not just that he thinks that climate change is a hoax. What is even uglier is that you think about the struggles that we have gone through as a nation for hundreds of years, fighting against racism, fighting against sexism, and that this guy is making the cornerstone of his campaign is bigotry, is insulting Mexicans and Latinos, insulting Muslims, insulting women, insulting African Americans. Do not forget that Trump, before he was a candidate, was one of the leaders of the so-called birther movement. Don't forget that. And what that movement was about, that effort was about, was to delegitimize, not disagree, delegitimize the presidency of the first African American ever to hold that position. That was what that campaign was about. So we have got to work tirelessly to make sure that Trump is not president. But that is not good enough. What we have got to do is to continue the vision of transforming this country. And the most important way I know that we can do that is for all of us to get involved in the political process. We need great people on school boards, on city councils. You know what? It ain't that hard. You got a little nervous at first. You know, I ran for mayor of Burlington, Vermont in 1981. And if you don't tell anybody, keep this a secret between us, I had gone to one city council meeting in my life, and I fell asleep. It was so boring. And I had no clue about how you run water departments and electric departments and fire departments and police departments and parks departments. But you can learn. It's okay. So what we have got to do and what the revitalization of democracy means is getting people, getting your hands dirty. Don't be afraid of what you don't know. On your worst day, you'll likely know a lot more than some of these other guys who have the power today. So let me just conclude by thanking all of you, and the struggle continues. The struggle continues. Thank you all very much.
I'm going to take a break right now because I haven't eaten yet today, and I'm going to be back within the next hour, and we'll go live back on News Now, but I have got to run and grab something to eat, so I'll see you in a little bit.